Hello guys, welcome to the channel, and I haven't been live on the PC in quite a while, so I figured I'd give it a shot. In my 15 years of playing this game, I have never once been reported. And I mean, this time I was reported and it wasn't my fault. In the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you're gonna see that. That's my internet. Now, I got disconnected from the game and I panicked. And of course, stupid me, I forgot to check to see if I had internet. And here I am struggling to get back in. I realized that there was no service. I was panicking, absolutely in panic mode. So I'm in panic mode, not realizing, dumbass. Finally I realized, dumbass, check to see if you have internet first. Finally checked, there was no internet. I had to restart the router completely in order to get back. By the time I got back, the round was over and I got reported. Yes, this stuff happens, but I should have been prepared for it. Unfortunately, that does happen. If it happens in the middle of a game, that could be a problem, which it did for me. This stuff does happen. You have to be very careful. Always, before you even think about pushing this button, make sure that this is working and it's strong. Make sure you're not getting it. Make sure you're not going to get disconnected. Because I run on wireless, so wireless you can very easily get disconnected. You have to be extremely careful. Wireless audio is not easy. See what I mean? I just got disconnected from the game. Right there. Randomly. For what reason, I have no idea. I could have been in the middle of a round when that happened. I just got disconnected from the game randomly. Now, I could have been in the middle of a round and this happened. Before I go back in, check to make sure I have internet access. Yes, I do. I have internet access. Then I try to go back in. This stuff does happen, and it just happened while the live stream is on. Somehow I'm getting disconnected. Why? I don't know, but it happens. This stuff happens all too well. Make sure that the servers are up. Make sure your internet's going. If you're in a battle, make sure you get in right away. If you're not, there's no rush. Just make sure you have the servers. Make sure you have internet. It is possible to be disconnected from the servers or your internet. It is possible. Just make double sure that you're going to reconnect. So you already know what to do when you first log in. But follow me as if you're still not sure what to do, you can watch me. First thing I do, check the calendar. See that little curl? Pull the square off. Collect your daily stuff. Close it. Next thing you have to click is this. Move. but that's not what we're supposed to click. This. That's your next step. You have to make sure you collect the resources. Obviously, your best friends, you have to make sure you go to their area and check the resources. They will pop up right down the screen. You go in there, collect the resources, and that part of your daily routine. Now, the biggest part of your daily routines with this is the missions. Now, missions, you can't always get your missions done that day. Yesterday's missions, I got started so late that I wasn't able to finish them. So obviously, I never got them done. Now, I have today's missions to do. So I have 2 days worth of missions to get done in only one day. For some people that love the thousands of dollars of cash in this game, that's a cakewalk. For me, this is a big challenge for me. This is a challenge for me enough to know that you have to realize that what they're asking you to do, you have to be prepared for this. What are you going to work on first? Obviously, yesterday is your biggest priority. So obviously, you're going to work on yesterday's stuff first. Because you had trouble with it yesterday, so you need to continue working on this from yesterday. So yesterday I had to cause critical hits to any vehicles over a number of battles. And today's mission, be among the top 5 players of your team by experience earned over any number of battles. Now, there is a way you can get both done at the same time. Now, what you could do is, you have to gain critical hits. Think of it. What is a critical hit? A critical hit is when you hit something that's critical to the tank functioning. For example, if you damage the gun, or let's say you damage the engine, you have to slow down or stop the tank from functioning without blowing it up. Of course, if you blow the tank up, that's not a critical hit. That's just a normal kill. A critical hit is when you disable something inside the tank that runs it. And what's the easiest way to do that when your gun is underpowered? The easiest way to do that is to use high explosive shell. By using high explosive shell, you're not damaging the outside shell of the tank. You're doing damage that snakes in the holes and does damage inside of the tank. So in a way, you're causing damage to the inside of the tank by using just an HE shells. If you use armor piercing, you're attempting to punch a hole in the armor. What you could do is, if you want to get technical, if you happen to see a hole, aim an HE shell at that hole, and my guess, there's nothing to puncture. It's already wide open. Just aim for that open spot and that's right. But then again, that's all fine and good, but that's not a critical hit. critical hit is when you disable something in the tank, preventing it from doing its job 100%. For example, the tracks. The tracks are not a critical hit. Although it slows the tank down or it stops it from moving, it's not considered a critical hit. Critical hit is inside of the tank. For example, the gun, the ammo rack, the fuel tanks, the engine. Hit any of those, and that is an instant critical hit. So you have to make sure you know the spaces of the tank. You have to make sure you know where to aim, what to aim at, and what shells to use. Now, when you're in the heat of battle, and when it's late like it is now, and your brain doesn't work as well, just like it's doing now, a mission like this is a big, for you, could be a big problem. For somebody like me, this is a big problem for me. This and killing somebody. Because my brain doesn't work as well as it should. Because I have a disability that I absolutely cannot get rid of. So that disability tends to slow me down big time. And that slow speed I run at tends to prevent me from finishing these missions on time. So I have to catch up sometimes on days that I don't have anything to do. I have to catch up big time. So missions like this, for me, tend to get difficult. A lot more difficult. This one can be done with just about any tank you can think of. Now this one, today's mission, says be among top 5 players on your team by experience earned over a number of battles. Now that can be achieved in many ways. To earn the most experience, you could do one of the following things. Cause critical hits, multiple critical hits to a tank, okay? You can kill a player. That will gain you more experience. Also, what will gain you more experience is spotting. Spotting is something that a light tank specializes in. That's pretty much their job at this point. Now, if you do want to get this mission done, quick, try this mission in a light tank. Make sure your equipment is fully set up for spotting. I will find a light tank and we'll show you. For today's mission, find a light tank that you enjoy playing, that you like. Not a light tank that's just there. You need, like this thing, you need a light tank that you enjoy playing. One that you don't mind working on. Maybe one that can use a bit of work as far as playing goes. Okay, let's run our tier 10. I don't think I ever played one game with this one. So let's give this one a shot. Now, I think, I'm not sure, but I think I did get this one set up properly. But let's check this one together. Now, as per any light tank's job is to spot. They're supposed to spot enemies on the field, on the battlefield. Normally people just run up real quick, spot the entire team, and they die. That's a trick we used to do back in the old days. Now, the new breed of people are doing things differently. The new breed of people just don't go in, spot the entire team, and then die. Or just spot the entire team, kill the artillery, then die. They actually strategically do something. Like they'll spot an entire side, and they'll kind of hide out in the back and spot enemies as they come along. They'll try to keep the light tank alive. Now that is another thing you can do. A light tank can also hide in the bushes and spot enemies as they're entering his line of sight. That in turn will help the team realize that, hey, you know what? Maybe we should jump in that area. There's guys over there. And make sure you don't get seen. Make sure you're seeing them. Let them know there's people here. We need help over here. But make sure you're not spotted. Because as soon as you get spotted, you'll be dead. As soon as you die, you're useless to your team. The only time a light tank you can really kill it outright is when it's done its job. And if it spots it. If a light tank spots successfully the entire team by himself, you can pretty much die right there. Somebody can kill you in one shot and you've done your job. A light tank, its main job is to help your team recognize the battle and where the enemy tanks are so that they can get their strategy toward the game ahead. In other words, try to figure out where the big guys are so that the enemy, your teammates, know where to go. Because there's maps that have left, right, forward, paths. So whatever path they take is a big deal. So a light tank could travel down the heavy path first and scout ahead, spot the team, and then try to turn around and go back. They'll probably die. You could do that for heavy tanks. But that will also let them know that somebody's coming. So it's a good thing. It's a good strategy. But it can also be bad for the team. You have to know where on the map to move the tank and where on the map not to move the tank. Light tanks, in my opinion, are not as easy as heavy tanks. Heavy tanks are simple. Heavy tanks go where you can gain the best cover, tightest spaces, where you could possibly stay in or behind the cover. They don't like being out in the open because they're very slow. They do not need all this radio equipment and all these sight systems. They probably don't need a lot of camouflage. Light tanks need this, that, and that. When you have a light tank, make sure you have those three in your tank, and make sure you have the right symbol that matches that equipment, therefore boosting the effectability of that camo. Now, to further increase the camouflage of your vehicle, make sure you have a camouflage on your tank that grants you the ability that you need. Of course, most camouflage does. For example, this one, most of them have the same thing. Most of them grant you a 3% bonus to concealment. So you have the camo net stacked on top of this. All this camo rating absolutely works together. Now, if you wanted to further increase your camouflage rating, instead of taking this or this, you could take the exhaust system. Now, instead of taking all that, you could take that, because that gives you 6% to concealment. You could take this. Instead, I took this, and that. You could take this, that will help you spot easier. Your light tank, your job is to spot. Your job is to look and see the enemy coming. If you can see the enemy coming, you will let your teammates know, and therefore stuff is going to happen to them. As soon as you spot them, your teammates will automatically know where to go. This is the job of a light tank. It's very difficult to explain, especially when it's this late. So I usually don't do my videos like this late. But I want to save this for a live stream because, if God forbid, I didn't want to do a video. Because videos I would have to kind of like stop and re-edit and cut. I want to do this on a live stream. There's no edits, no retakes, nothing. I'm just doing this live, spouting it right out of my mind, and that's it. So, the crew. The one thing you have to remember with your crew is, with the advent of Crew 2.0. Now, I did a video on Crew 2.0. Crew 2.0 is a new thing that Wargaming made in World of Tanks. It changed the way the crew system works. From now on, if you want to use any of the following things on your crew, every crew member must have it learned 100% in order for it to work at all, period. In order for it to function, all crew members have to have it at max. Otherwise it works, I think, at half. For example, if all crew members have repairs, then you get a 60% boost to your repairs, whether it's maxed or not. Okay? It does its job, but they don't do a very good job, and it takes longer for them to do it. If all 3 crew members have it and it's maxed out, it gets 85%. See what I mean? So you have a brand new skill, never been touched on all 3 crew members, and that's 50%. So they have a 50% chance of success only because you have it on all 3 members. Now, if you only have repairs on 2 crew members, it's not going to work at all. Nothing. You're not going to get any benefit at all. You have to have it on all of your crew members. Every crew member must have that skill on them. Have to. It doesn't have to be maxed, but you have to have that skill on them, otherwise that skill will not function. That skill is concealment, repairs, and I think that's about it. Oh, brothers in arms. This one as well. This skill must be on every single crew member if you want to use it. The only way that this one is a lot different than all the rest of them, because this one increases their stats in general, all the stats in general, but the crew efficiency bonus is only increased by a meager 5%. If every crew member has that perk, then the crew will only get a 5% crew efficiency bonus. That's it. If it's maxed, that number will go up significantly. If it's maxed, just having that on all your crew members, having that on all your crew members is not that big of a deal. Having it maxed is, because anything that increases your crew efficiency bonuses from your equipment can now be taken off once this is maxed. See what I'm getting at here? For example, if this is maxed, you have an 85% crew efficiency bonus. Now that you have an 85% crew efficiency bonus, why do you need... Let me show you guys an example. If you have an 85% crew efficiency bonus, why the hell would you ever want this on your tank? If you have an 85% crew efficiency bonus right now, why would you want that on your tank? You wouldn't. 85% is more than enough. Save your equipment slot for something that is not as good. For example, survivability. Survivability is always a good thing to have. These two will definitely help with that. This one as well. This one will also help survivability. Again, see that little icon? That's a survivability icon. Anytime you see this icon right here, that means that this helps the survivability of the tank. See, the crew efficiency bonus does help the survivability of the tank, because if they're more skilled and they know what they're doing more, they'll respond quicker. The better the crew you have, the more efficient the crew is, the easier it will be when you push a button and react. The tank will react quicker if the crew knows what they're doing. So in reality, it's you playing the game. Yes, it is you playing the game. But if your crew sucks, the tank won't function as easy. For example, if you have a crappy crew, until your crew gets better, do not upgrade your equipment in your tank. Let's say you have, this is a bad example. Let me see, pick a lower tier tank. on tier 6. Tier 6 that has a tech tree. There we go. This could work. Let's say we have this tank. We just got this tank, we want to grind it. Okay, not much. Let's say we want to play this tank. We want to play it, we want to keep it. Okay, that's fine. What do? It's got a brand new crew in it. If it has a brand new crew in it, the first thing we do is, if we have enough experience to max the tank out, you can purchase all the new equipment. Do not equip it. Use the experience to purchase the equipment. Do not equip it. Leave the original equipment on it. The reason why is because every time you upgrade the equipment, it puts that tank on a higher level on matchmaking. For example, this is a tier 6. If you equip this tank with this equipment, this will put you on a higher tier 6. For example, instead of being low man on totem pole for every game, you're going to be top tier for that tank. Not top tier in the game, but top tier for that tank. And that could be frustrating if you're new to the tank. You don't really know how it works, what the weak spots are. You haven't gotten used to it yet. So if you are able to upgrade it, don't. Stay with the original equipment first. It's easier for you to stay with the original equipment and play the hell out of that tank. Somebody's knocking at my door. Hold on, guys. Somebody's knocking at my door. Hold on, guys. Sorry, guys. Somebody was at the door. Okay. Someone was at the door, sorry. This is why I don't like doing live streams. Because somebody comes at the door and it's like, oh, then I gotta get up. And it's like, okay. Anyway, so let's see. Where are we? Now, if you keep the original equipment, you will be put at a low, you'll be put on the tier 6, tier 5, tier 6 battles. Okay, guys? Which means you'll always, a light tank will always be put mid to low tier on the game board. Light tanks are always mid to low tier. You will very rarely ever see Matchmaker put a light tank on top tier. Why? Because that's not their job to kill people. A light tank's job is to spot, support, and assist. Each tank you play in this game has to fulfill a role. Okay, guys? Although it says versatile light tank, the tank has its job. Its job is to spot. Why do you spot? You spot for the team and you spot for the artillery. Make sure the artillery is notified of certain targets. For example, if you're hiding in a bush, right? I would right now love to go in a map with nobody there and just show you guys what I mean. But I have to have people. So I have to have people to start a map. So I need actual people in the game with me in order to start a map. And I don't have much friends in this game. I've been playing this game for 15 years, and you'd think for 15 years I would get friends who want to play with me, but no. Of course not. Why? Because I do my own thing. In the future, it's always good to have friends in this game because they'll be able to play and enjoy the game with you and go into the garages and go into the they will be able to go in here with you. This is great. I'll show you guys right now. See this? See these, right? Team training. If you have friends and they want to go in, and they want to go in a training room with you, you can. This is where you go. You go in here. This is not a game. This doesn't cost money. Some people go in there just to chat with each other. Sometimes people go in there to learn maps. I used to like to go in there with my clan. When my clan was active, I used to love to go in there just to learn the maps. Back in the old days, they didn't have anything where you can learn maps. So you had to go in the team training. Pick a board and just explore. And you learn the maps through exploring. When you're in games, there's no time to explore. You have to play the game for what it is. So that sucks. But there's really nothing much you can do about it. When you're in the training rooms, they usually tell you the level board they chose, and these are notes. So some things that they would like you to know. For example, if they say certain clan practice, say clan practice, just chilling, no killing. In other words, they're just. If I wanted to just roam around this board and check this board, I would jump in this game. Why? Because this game says just chilling, no killing, which means you get to go around and search around this map. You get to scan this map without any fear of anybody hitting you. Because all you want to do is check the map out, and that's it. So if you ever want to check a map out, look for people that say this. Because nobody's going to kill you. You don't have to worry. Just take whatever piddly tank you want and explore. So if you want to check your camouflage rating on the tank, if you want to check your camouflage rating on a tank, you have no idea how it works. Take that tank, start firing at a wall, and try to see, and have other people say, hey, try to see if you can spot me. See how long it takes you to spot me. Okay, no problem. They do it. It didn't take long at all. Shit, that means my camera rating sucks. Make a note. Fix the camera rating. Okay. Then you have your friends again work on something else you want to work on. They test it, you write it down. I gotta work on this. My camera rating and this. Okay, thanks. Then you work on the level. Check every inch of the level and see what's good for heavy tanks, medium tanks, light tanks, and artillery. Where are some good spots? Where should I go? Some people just play follow the leader and just go. Some people like to scan the map and check for great spots to go. That's what I recommend. A lot of the old maps, I know exactly where to go. Some of these new maps, not so much. Even the old maps, not so much. Because a long time ago, the maps as you see it right now were different. A lot different. For example, they removed buildings. They added buildings. They removed mountains, added mountains. They redirected rivers. They added more forests. They took forests away. So these maps are not exactly the same as they were when the game first started. The maps back then were a lot different than they are now. So technically, I should go back and do all the maps all over again. I really should. Because the maps now are not the same as they used to be. But as far as I know, there used to be something. There is something you can do. It's called topography. Topography is something really neat. It allows you to explore different maps. It's really neat. This mode is really cool. They give you basic scenarios, like attack a target. Attack a target in this area. So, they give you a scenario to follow, or you can follow your own. In the basic scenarios, they give you a scenario to follow. You follow that scenario too. Now, when you play the game, as long as you follow that basic scenario, you should do okay. Now, the advanced scenarios, they give you a target and they say, find the best way to the target. If you're wrong, then we will show you the right way. Advanced scenarios are a little bit harder, but they're a little bit closer to the final thing here. These maps currently do not have scenarios. Some of the maps are original maps, like Himmeldorf is an original map in the game. That one, this map and this map are original maps. Some changes over the years were done to both maps. For the most part, both maps are pretty much the same thing as they used to be. There's really no difference in both of these maps, except for one or two things. With this map, light tanks and tank destroyers usually always take here. Sometimes, maybe they're going to the death zone, which is right here. I call this the death zone. That's what I call this. Anybody that goes here is going to take fire from the guys up here. I'm gonna get to that in a minute. The only good part about being here is that you can spot, for your artillery, you can spot people up on this hill from this spot. You can spot them 10 times quicker if you were right here. If you were right here, you could spot them, but it's harder because you're farther away. Plus, you're farther away because they're elevated. When you're trying to spot somebody on elevation, you have to have a longer range of spot. example, you're spotting somebody from here to here, right? Your spotting range is half that. Let's say you're spotting somebody from here to here. Your spotting range is half. And they have an elevation of 300, 400 feet. No way, you're not going to spot them. Your range is half that. If they're on level ground, you would not be able to spot them. 300 feet up, not a chance in the world. You need a longer range. The tank needs to be geared around spotting. You want to see somebody that's high up. So your light tank, you're back here, all the way back here. You want to spot these guys, you're in a perfect place to do that. The problem is, the length, the range, and the height requires the spotting range to be 5 times higher than normal spotting ranges. With all the upgrades I did in my tier 10, I don't even think I can get, I think maybe I can get about here. That's it. If my back was here, I might be able to get here if I'm lucky. That's it. Spotting range, spotting range is not long distance. Don't forget, the crew, in order to spot somebody, the crew has to look out of slots in the tank. They have little rectangular slots in the tank. The crew is looking out for slots in the tank, okay? Sometimes they will have, certain tanks, heavy tanks sometimes, will have periscopes. On the top of the turrets, they have periscopes. Okay? Those periscopes will sometimes be able to spot a little bit better. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. Go back to random battles. That is a periscope. Now, some heavy tanks have those. That usually is sitting on top of the turret. And a lot of times, the crew will look out that periscope and try to spot an enemy for the radio man. So the radio man can then report. They look out that periscope and report enemies to the radio man. The radio man then sends signals out to the rest of the team that this target is right here. As soon as the radio man sends the signals out, they pop on the map. That's how spotting works. It requires the entire team to work together. People just don't pop up on the screen randomly. The crew has to be able to do their job or not do their job and do this. The radio man cannot spot their own guys. The radio man sends signals out to the rest, lets the rest of the team know and receives signals from the other teammates. So it's up to the rest of the crew to do that job. So most likely the commander is probably the person on the periscope at all times. The commander is the only person not doing the job. The commander is usually, if you give a commander a mentor, most likely they will do the job of any of your teammates 100% if they fall. God forbid, if you give them mentor. Mentor is a useful skill for your commanders. This particular tank does not have mentor. But I do have a handful of tanks that does. I believe this one might have mentor. Yes, it does. This is neat. This is a neat skill for your commander to have, because the amount of XP that's earned is increased by 20% for all the crew members. Okay? For all the crew members except for the commander, which means the commander has to be has to have more skills than all the rest of them. So this skill should be probably the second skill that the commander learns. Because once the skill is maxed out, the amount of XP that's earned increases by 20% for all the rest of the crew members. Also, the commander automatically replaces knocked out crew members with 65% effectiveness. So, if a crew member is injured, the tank will act similar to the way it acted before. It won't act any worse. Until you can get a chance to have somebody else heal them, or you could activate a repair kit, a first aid kit to get them back in action. So I mean, there's things that these people can learn to more efficiently help the tank run better and work together better. Now, if your crew has all their qualifications at max, you will see an arrow on the skill like this. Now that arrow means that skill is maxed out. This skill cannot get any higher than it is right now. This skill is fully maxed out. Which means that the skill is in the right place. All crew members have that skill, and all crew members are 100%. That skill cannot get any higher than it is right now. That's what that arrow means. Okay, guys? If it says 100%, that means it's done. That means that one skill is done and it's at 100%. You see an arrow, that means every crew member in the tank has that skill, and every crew member is 100%. That's what the arrow means. If there's nothing there, that means you don't have it and your crew members don't have it. Now, 79% means that only 79% of the skill is learned, which means that you cannot get this 80% bonus yet. You see, all crew members have to be at 100. With repairs and camouflage and brothers in arms, all crew members have to have that skill on the tank and learned 100% in order to even get the bonus to be able to even use it. Period. End of story. Crew 2.0 changed the way the skills were learned. Crew 2.0 completely changed everything. Your skills have to be learned at 100%. Otherwise, the skill is not functioning. Your repairs all depend on your repair kits. Otherwise, the crew will repair the item, but it will take 18 times longer to repair the item than if you had to repair. The standard repairs take so long that it's almost not worth it. But if you don't have a repair kit, you have to wait. You have no choice. You with me so far? The fact that my brain's still functioning, it's a bloody miracle. But I digress. Normally I like being on PlayStation Network because I don't have to talk that much. My brain doesn't work that much. And also I'm not live, and if I'm live, it's a lot harder to function. Because being live, I can't stop. I can't do a retake. I can't redo the script. Nothing scripted. It's all live here. Let's go. I usually like to explain things. I usually like to write a script out and explain things carefully. I'm doing all this right off the top of my head, and it's like, I'm getting there though. Now, light tanks were never my cup of tea. And it's not that I don't like them, but I never liked the fact that in the beginning when I first started playing this game, light tanks were throwaways in the game. In the beginning when I first started this game 15 years ago, a light tank went out, spotted the entire team, then died. That's no fun. That's not fun at all. Yeah, along the way you'd give them a flat tire here and there. You'd break the gun for fun. I mean, whatever you can do. You do what you can do. Don't expect to get a kill with a light tank at all. Some people like to blow their real money and run gold rounds and get kills. If you like blowing your entire paycheck in this game, you do that. More power to you. Me, I like to play the game, have fun, and do what I can. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what I like to do. And what I like to do is I like to have fun and play the game for what it is. It's a game. If you do want to kill people with a light tank, my suggestion would be get the biggest gun, the strongest ammo, lots of it, and just aim very carefully. No weak spots. Before you take a tank out, analyze your own weak spots. Okay, guys? How you do that? In the past, we had to go on a program. We had to go on a website in the past. It used to be, I don't know if it's still around now, but there used to be a website that told you all weak spots on a tank. I forgot what the name of that website was, but I don't remember what the website is because it was on my old computer. So, but I will tell you this: that website was very handy. But with the 2.0 upgrade, they took all the good parts about that website and transferred them to this game. Now all you have to do is click the middle part, and you'll see repairs right here, build mods, comparison, which is right there. You can add this vehicle to your comparison. Your basic research, tank research. This checks the armor thickness. This is the quick service for this vehicle. Now, if you want to check the armor thickness for this tank, click armor. This looks a lot similar to that website from a long time ago. In fact, this is better because this checks thicknesses of certain areas. For example, areas that don't count. For example, this. This is not armor because this you can aim at and break it. This can be broken. Ain't this light blue can easily be broken. Okay? What's behind it, that's the armor. Okay? Let's say you break somebody's track. By breaking somebody's track, it's exposing the armor behind it. Therefore making it easier for you, the player, to take a clear shot at a weak armor, which is right there. So I mean, that's a thought. That's a thought right there. Most people like to shoot here. Personally, I don't like to shoot here. And I'll tell you why. Because this usually is at an angle. Usually 50 or above. Any armor that's angled at 50 degrees or above, I don't recommend aiming shells at it. Because pretty decent chance it might ricochet. It might not, but it might. You wanted armor that is 40 degrees or lower. That's your main goal, okay? For example, this is 59, this is 64, that's 50. The best armor to hit would be probably this, and even that's a stretch. Now this would be absolutely perfect. Why? This is almost flat. This has a very low number, so of angle. So in fact, this is a flat pancake right here. You're gonna aim a shot clear into that wouldn't bounce. It would go right in. In this case, right through. If you were using AP, it would go right through. So whatever is on the other side of that would take damage. Now, let's look at this tank very carefully. The driver would be right here. This is an observation device, so between the driver would probably have to be in the front. And the commander would probably be next to the driver, well, the radio man. Probably the radio man. Because if the driver is looking at the observation device, the radio man has to be nearby. The radio man has to take the reports and scream the reports directly to the driver and the commander, which means that the commander has to be somewhere nearby. The commander has to give the orders to whatever crew members based off of what the radio man says. So 3 crew members are going to be in the front of the tank. Your commander, your driver, and your radio man are going to be in the front of the tank at all times. 3 crew members have to be here. They have no choice. Why? He's driving. Radio man is collecting data, and the commander is giving orders. You have your loader, has to be in the turret at all times, halfway in the turret and halfway in the tank, because he has to retrieve all the ammunition stored either in the turret or scattered around the walls in the tank. And remember, when ammunition is stored in a tank, they're not going to keep it in crates. They don't have space. Ammunition is always stored on the walls, on holders. On the walls inside the tanks, they have metal holders. So you drop the shells into the holders. Hence, the reason why in this game, when you punch a hole through a tank and the tank just explodes, the reason why is because you hit the ammo. You hit the ammo storage device. If the ammo is stored on this wall, and you hit this wall, you hit the ammunition with it, ammo explodes inside the tank, the crew dies, and the tank explodes with it. That's the game over. So that's one reason why you'll see people aim here a lot. This seam right here, you'll see them aim for right here. You'll see them aim for here. What the hell's going on with this stupid thing? Get out of my way. Get out of my way. Thank you. This is why I don't like doing live streams. Things pop up on my screen extremely rudely. Now, this is the reason why people aim for here and here. Even though aiming for here would be a death wish. Because you're at 64 degree angle. Which means the angle is angled enough where a shot may bounce. So you have to use a different shell. Probably maybe an HE shell. Because if penetrating the armor is not important, then an AG shell is better, okay? If you have to penetrate the armor, you have no choice. You want to hit armor that does not have an angle or has a very little angle. For example, this, something that doesn't have a lot of angle. That, but if you hit this, look at the thickness of the armor, 130 millimeters. That's insane. That'll hit directly. That'll point the direct hit with no ricochet. But the idea of going through that armor is practically non-existent. It's a 130 millimeters. That's insane. Now, getting through this is where the ammunition is. Where the basic ammo storage will be on this tank in particular. Now, this tank is only 40 degrees with 7 degree angle. You hit that, it goes right through. But good luck trying to get a clear shot. So if you're aiming at a tank, my suggestion, aim for here or aim for the back of the turret. Because it's a very good chance that crews store the ammunition on the walls of the tank. So if you hit a very weak armored wall, there might be ammunition stored on that wall. Ammo explodes, sets off all the other ammo, the turret flies off, game over. And if you ever play a tank and you see it without a turret, know for a fact that they found that tank's weak spot. And games on that tank will never be the same again. If you ever end a game and your tank has no turret, try to bypass that tank as quickly as you can. Because where you store the ammo in a tank is very, very important. Extremely important. You have to know when and where to store the ammunition. If you ever store the ammo in a turret, you risk the turret flying off the tank. If the turret flies off the tank is done for. It won't function. Granted, you probably could drive it, but according to the game registers that tank as gone. In real life, that tank could probably be driven off the battlefield, even though it doesn't have a turret. More than half the crew would be dead, but at least the driver would be able to get the tank off the battlefield. As far as this game is concerned, if you lose a turret, the tank is done. You're back at the garage, and they have to repair the whole tank all over again. It sucks. But it's something you have to realize. Turrets are not just pieces of armor. Turrets are moving objects. And what's the weakest spot in a turret? The turret ring is the weakest spot. That little ring in between the turret and the hull, absolutely. The two weakest spots in a tank is the turret ring and this wall right here. Those are the two weakest spots in a tank. So naturally, if you angle your tank like this, move your turret to face, this would be the best way to sit your tank in front of the enemy. Why? Because not only is this angled, at this angle, instead of being a 67 degree angle, you now have a 70 degree angle. See? The farther away you go. The angle of that lower glacis is now more angled because you don't have the bottom hull straight on. You have the hull at a slight angle. That therefore increases the angle even more the farther away you go. The closer you are to the enemy, the less the angle is. See? This is the reason why you have to angle your armor. Have the corner of the tank facing the enemy at all times. This way it'll be harder to damage this. It'll also be harder to hit this, because as long as those treads are still on that tank, they will not be able to hit the wall behind it. So as long as if they blow your treads, make sure you're hitting them back. Make sure you hit them and try to get those treads back on that tank, because as long as those treads are knocked off, the armor behind it is exposed. Remember, that armor has no angle, so almost a guaranteed penetration. Now this lower glacis had a 61% angle. Now we're looking at a 71% angle. Only reason, all we did was just turn the lower hull at this angle. Because we turned the lower hull at this angle, we now have a more angled lower glacis, make it near to impossible to penetrate that now. Plus, the fact that our treads are still intact, they also cannot hit and penetrate this either. And if the turret is facing them, they cannot damage or penetrate the mantle either. The only thing that can penetrate and or damage is maybe this. That's it. The gun observation device, maybe this, if they're lucky. I mean, that's a stretch, because that's 66%. 61% is more or less like say your prayers. But that is very thin armor. And that's not that thin. It's 90 millimeter armor. So, but it's at a 68-degree angle. So that's not that bad. There's about a 65%, there's a 50% chance of I'd have to say that's about a 50% chance of ricochet. Now, the higher, once you hit 70%, the chance of ricochet goes up significantly. The more the angle, the more of a chance of ricochet happening. Less of an opportunity. You could have 2 millimeters of armor. If you have a 95% angle, you're never, ever putting one shot into that steel. Ever. Why? Because a shell moves at a terminal velocity, high speed. When that high-speed shell hits a target, moving target, even. It has to hit that target. It has to have something. Has to have something to dig into. In other words, if the steel is like this, that shell has to dig into that steel and has to have the power and the ability to go through it. If it goes through it, it has to be able to explode. So this way, whatever's inside of it takes damage. Namely, ammunition, gun, storage, devices, whatever. Whatever's in that tank takes damage. The only reason why you want to penetrate the tank is because you want to do damage to the tank. Now, if you're using the reason why I call people like to, I say people like to cheat, per se. People use gold rounds for one reason. Because they have damage potential and penetration, both. A gold round is an AP round and an HE round in one single round. Which means they cost a lot of money per shell. I almost never use them. That's why usually you'll see 0, 5, or 10 on most of my tanks. Light tanks, I have nothing. I usually have a high amount of HE on there. I don't usually have a lot of AP rounds. This tier 10, I do. The reason why is because its penetration is 230. And I'm used to tier 8s. I don't usually play a lot of tier 10s. Although I have a lot of tier 10s, I don't play them. So, until I get used to playing tier 10s, I situate my tanks exactly the way I used to situate them. Once you get used to playing a tier, you'll know what to put in your tank and what not to put in your tank. The tier you're playing will change your playing style instantly. Tier 1 and versus tier 8 versus tier 10. Those three tiers have 3 different playing styles. And I expect each and every one of you guys to remember that. Always remember, no matter what tier you're playing, your playing style has to change, which means whatever you have in your tank has to change also. This light tank I made spotting and camouflage huge priority over anything else. Spotting and camouflage became #1 priority of light tank. My lower tier tanks, my lower tanks are different. That's what it's all about. It's all about knowing what the limits of your tank is and acting on it. It's hard. I'm not gonna lie, it is not easy. Now, as far as the missions goes, I still have to do 2 missions. So I have to do 1 mission. I have my missions from yesterday, which I couldn't do, and I have my missions for today. So we're going to go in there, we're going to decide what we're going to take. This says cause critical hits on vehicles over any number of battles. Now, I already went over what a critical hit is, and how to nail one, which means we know whatever tank we play, we have to load 8 G shots since minute 1, which means we have to aim carefully at certain areas of the tank with the 8 G shots. Regardless of where we are, we're loading only 8 G shots. We want to get critical hit. That's our main goal. Okay, guys? So no matter what you do, take a tank that has a very high AG rating. Now, name any tank in the Soviet Union that has a high AG rating. Those of you guys that said the KV-2, you guessed right. The KV-2 has the highest AG rating of its tier. And the gun the KV-2 has is beyond insane. So we're going to pick Soviet Union heavy, alright? Non-primary. Find the KV-2. Now, this is a tier tank, which means you can research this tank. This tank also has modules you can research. This is standard gun that comes with it. This is the upgraded gun. Now the upgraded gun, look at the damage and look at the shells, damage and penetration. The pen ratings on the standard AP rounds are 110. Now, the penetration ratings for the gold round is 136. The damage potential for the AG rounds is 910. Now, if you want to damage a module, you want to hit them without penetrating the tank. So, if you want to cause critical hits, you want a gun like this. You want ammo like the HE shells, and you want this tank. If you want to do that mission, you want to do it quick, you want to play this tank and only this tank. Get me? I'm going to take this tank out with No brains tonight. I'm going to attempt to get this mission done for the day. Now our main goal is to aim for the critical split spots. That's exactly what I intend on doing. Whether my brain will be able to achieve this is a whole nother story. Because my brain's a piece of work. Now the low tier battles, they have pretty good wait times, I would say. Now the 2v2 with the standard mode, I did 900 damage to the track. Therefore, hitting that weak spot they showed you guys. By hitting the weak spot they showed you guys, see it said critical damage? That's one critical hit. Now we have so, the goal of this tank is to aim for spots that I showed you that no are you don't have to kill anybody. You have to aim for the weak spots. Now, if I can kill this we have 9 critical hits. We should have. We'll go in there. We'll check. We'll check the board. It says mission complete. We got something as far as mission complete goes. We're gonna find out what mission we completed. This mission we completed. This. No, we did not. We did get 9. We did get 2 crit hits in that one match. So we're going to stay with the KV2, and we're going to continue to attack the KV2. Critical hits have to be done with AG shells only. Make sure you have very high damage on your gun. Low penetration, high damage. This way you can critical hit without killing them. Unfortunately for me, with this tank, the damage is so high that it just kills them outright. But what are you gonna do? There's not much you can do about that. It is what it is.
установлено. Поехали.
Medium tanks and light tanks. If you want to run defense like that, you usually do it in a medium and light. Wait. We both capped at the same time. That sucks. If I had jumped on cap, we probably would have won. Okay, guys, learn from my mistake. Ready? Here we go. That game could have gone either way. I'm very slow. I probably could have made it to the flag. Knowing the way my speed is, maybe I could have made it to the flag. If we would have been a little faster, we would have won. So if I had made it out to the enemy flag, we would have won. Instead, I went back and I didn't make it. If you know your tank is extremely slow, head right for the flag, start capping. Yes, my main goal right now is to get these missions done. But if it comes down to the wire, win, lose, or draw, you want to win. I'll take a draw. Draws are not bad. A win is better. You don't want to lose. If you lose, somebody on that team did something wrong. Whether it was you or somebody else. Someone messed up. No matter how you stick at it, somebody messed up. Okay, now, if you purchase the dog, once in a while you're going to see the dog sniffing at something like this. If you see the dog doing this, if you purchase the dog from here, click the dog, or click that little thing sniffing, and of course read whatever he has there. he hands you this, and he gives, and the friendship level with the dogs is further increased, and I got a larger pet kit. Okay, the more higher your friendship level, the better prizes you'll end up getting in the future. So, also the more things you can do. So, the fact that he found something for me, you just click him or double click him, and you'll interact with him, whether it's a pet or it's having insurance, something like that. Just as a way of saying thank you, you did a good job, that type of stuff. Give him some praise for his work. So, give him some praise for a job well done. It seems to me like we have a token. So, Dave, spend that token. See if we can get yesterday's mission done. We really are trying to get this mission done. Once we get yesterday's mission done, we can focus on today's mission. It becomes harder. When you're backed up like I am, you have to get 2 missions done, and you have to spend twice as much time working on just those missions.
Бак поврежден. Гусеница едва держится. Машина уничтожена.
Get the tank to set the aiming quicker fire. The fact of the matter is I didn't aim quick enough. I could just take the shot. What I'd like to know is how do you get up there? You can't climb mountains. Now, I could use this, but this tank is not a main tank. So naturally, I'm not going to use this because this is not a main tank. Even though I got a victory, I can use it. I'm not going to. Because I'm only going to use it on the tanks that I use. Primary tanks that can be used on only primary tanks. I don't use that on tanks that are not primary ever. So primary tanks
Поехали!
there. Okay.
2 держится. Цель поражена. Гусеница едва держится.
Is a critical hit.
Машина уничтожена.
Critical hits, guys. That was a critical hit because he had no internal movement. Everything was exposed. If you have an exposed cab, you're guaranteed to get a critical hit. For example, if you have an artillery that does not have a roof, that does not have a cab, require and that artillery, you have a guaranteed critical hit every time. Because the internal components of the tank are therefore making it twice as easy to nail a critical hit. If you use an armor penetration shell, it doesn't do that much damage because there's no armor penetrating. The top's wide open. So you have to use a high explosive shell in order to do damage and have a lot of thick armor. Now, if they have thick armor on the sides on top, which is an A2 shell fired directly at the side, explosion hit the armor, go over the armor, and that explosion is big enough to spill over the wall. Somebody has to give them a flat card. Know that. Somebody has to give them a flat card. If somebody doesn't give them a flat card, it's going to be twice as hard. Yes, you can hit them. Yes, you can switch them. There's no way to do a full hit. So, I will tell you that. It could have been my mistake. There's a possibility. Now something happened. Something happened. I'm not sure what it is. I think what we got was, I think we achieved something on the battle pass. I think this is not part of something we won. I think this is part of the battle pass. So we must have received a gift from the battle pass. So we know we received something from the battle pass. So let's go back in here and got 2 coins. You got 2 gifts from the dog. Okay, no coins. Just check the missions. Now, we have 5 more critical hits to go. 5, okay? We do 5 more hits. Then we have to work on the next day's missions. This was yesterday's. I didn't have enough. I ran out of time. I started at 11 o'clock. My brain was melting at that time. I couldn't handle it. So I absolutely could not handle it. My brain was melting. So I had to give it up. I had no choice. So alright, so let's see where we're at. We have 5 more critical hits, and then we can put the KB2 back in the garage and work on the next one. I'm not even going to read it. All I'm going to do is focus on this one first. Again, interruptions. Go. Alright, before we go in, everything's set, ready to go. Ready to go. Ammo, we're good. Consumables, yes, we're good. Crew, we're good. Everything looks good. I forgot I had this one. Maybe I can work on increasing this. Can I do that? It'd be nice if I could. Okay, so now this is at level 2. Now let's see if this thing is going to aim. Hopefully we'll aim quicker. Hopefully. I just upgraded it. I just upgraded that equipment. So now let's see if this thing aims quicker. Aiming with this tank is so important. You have to make sure that aiming reticule gets as small as possible. Because the shell will do more damage. That 900 damage. I tried to spot them, but I can't spot them from back there. This tank is not made for spotting. You need a light to run up. Now in this game, the right thing to do is to get a light tank to sit in a bush and spot for us. So while the light tank is spotting, we know what we're doing. The fact of the matter is, we didn't know neither one of us knew what we were doing. So someone had to inch up and spot. And that guy was not pussy enough. That guy was not strong enough. He had enough brains. He can go out there and spot. He's just too pussy to do anything. So I had to step up and inch forward to spot them myself. Sometimes you have to give up your hidden spot in order to be able to see. Now, this one, capitalize on what I just did. Know where the enemies are. You would march forward and know. See right there, holding up one. And yes, he's going to get a kill or two, but unless he capitalizes on what I just did, he's not going to get anything. He's going to get maybe one kill. That's it. Meanwhile, I had no opportunity to do my critical hits because I was too busy playing light tank. I shouldn't have to play light tank. Heavy tanks are not supposed to spot. Light tanks are supposed to spot. That's my job. I didn't do my job. I have a tank. All light tanks. All light tanks right here. We need one light tank. All the way down here so that the artillery could get a clear shot. So if on this level, if you're a light tank, I'm going to suggest one thing. Make sure if you're a light tank, do not go in this area, period. Stay in this area. Spot anybody in this area right here. Artillery, enemy artillery will be here or here. So light tanks from back here in the bushes should be a good light tank. Good spot. Should be able to spot the tank all the way back here. Now light tank moves up to where this guy is. All the way to the back of the map. So in reality, you don't have to stay exposed. You just apply the bushes. Spot everyone on the side. Your spotting range is top notch. As best as you can get it. All the right equipment. They spot the entire side. And still you'll be able to assist your teammates to do your job. Instead, our light tanks this way will open the kill, and our artillery couldn't do anything to help them. Now blocking their shots, hills blocking their shots, everything blocking their shots. This they just play, die, and get sent back to the garage. That's it. Granted, I put when my brain was working for that strategy. So when I'm playing, I'm just playing survive. So while we're waiting for this, I will be right back. I had to open the window where I live, it gets to be about 100 degrees. Especially in the winter time, you don't use air conditioning, so you have to keep the window open and keep it noisy. This time, I had to see now, that level don't stand a chance. Even if we go why do you want to stand a chance? So, I don't expect anyone to watch that once teammates die. So, you cannot expect Granted, an artillery can go into tank destroyer mode. You can do that with artillery. Artilleries can be tank destroyers. All you have to do is pick a bush and just straight shot everybody. But some things have to change. Alright, so now aiming. Aiming is what's important. Reload, we have. We're good at reload. Aiming, we have to work on. Now we're at level 3. That's the highest we can go. So, this is the best you can go as far as aiming, circling, aiming speed, accuracy, and system. Field modulation, see field mods we can work on. Now, gun dispersion of a stationary vehicle. So let's see. What if we retrain him? And give him the quick aiming skill instead. What if we retrain him and give him the quick aiming skill instead? So let's do this. Let's retrain this crew member. Okay, we have Brothers in Arms first. Repairs was second. Now, third, quick aiming. Okay? Now, to further increase the aiming speed, by using quick aiming, increases the hull traverse and the aiming speed by 2.5%. So, if we can get this, now this should be a little bit better. Now we can further increase this even more if we want to by applying a training to one crew member. We could apply the training to one single crew, extra training to that one crew member. Now, by doing that, that one single crew member now has a fully trained quick aiming. Now he'll aim twice as quick, and the machine aims quickly, and he will know how to aim quickly. Now we can add in the skill that we wanted to add to begin with. This is one way around getting what you want and still having the skills that you want to have. That's one way to do it. Increase the skills on the people that matter the most. For the KV2, you want to work on both loaders together as a whole, as a team. Okay? You want them to, both loaders have the same skills. At this point, we really do have the same skills on both loaders, because both of them have Brothers in Arms, and both of them have repairs. So that's fine. Now, as far as the third skill goes, the third skill does not need to be the same. They need to be different, because each loader will provide a different skill to the loading process. For example, one loader is going to load faster, another loader is going to load more efficiently. So having two loaders comes in very handy, and that's one of the reasons why. So naturally, your commander is going to have more skills, because the commander is meant to fix all the knocked out crew members. They're meant to take the place of any knocked out crew members. So the skills that every crew member has to have is this and this of this tank. And right now, Brothers in Arms is not fully 100% operational. Right now, its crew efficiency bonus is 4.3. When all crew members are at 100%, then it will be at 5%. 5% is max. Now, the repair speed as of right now is increased by 90%. Why? Every single crew member has it learned at 100%. So the repair speed is as high as it's ever going to get. As soon as it breaks, it gets repaired right away. So there's no point on making the repairs any quicker than it already is. As far as aiming goes, I think when this is learned at 100%, the tank will further aim quicker when the tank and the turret are not moving. When the tank and the turret are both not moving, period, stationary, the gun will further aim quicker. The crew is now ready to aim quicker. We have equipment helping us aim quicker. We also have orders helping us load quicker, as well as having repair speed. Such gun. This is the protects the vehicle from trouble. This protects the suspension, further increases the suspension repair speed, which makes it literally impossible to track this thing because the repair speed is at 90%, which means that if you further increase the repair speed, that's going to be absolutely insane. So, well, I'm trying. I have absolutely no clue how I'm going to get the mic up to my mouth. Because there's no stand on it. So, alright. Well, we need to get these missions done. So, this is a big priority right now. Because right now we haven't even done yesterday's. So I still have to do yesterday's and today's. It's 8 o'clock p.m. where I'm living right now, and yesterday's mission is not even done yet. So we have to now stop lollygagging around and start continuing to get these missions done. days. The amount of wallet warriors that exist is insane. Everyone goes only gold as requires gold, and that's it. Why is it not happening? Kill her. You don't need to do this. You can very easily just exit out of the game like this. The only reason why you can do this is because you're already dead. You've already left the game. So, once you're dead, you're not coming back. So, you can leave the battle. But if you leave the battle and you're still alive, you're in big trouble. You cannot leave the battle when you're still alive. If you don't leave the battle, you're dead. And you're dead for sure dead. Now, you need to find another tank that hits hard. Harder than the KV-2? Not so sure about that. But I will tell you one thing. A tank that comes awfully close would be artillery. And having artillery that means that it's going to require some tweaks, lower tweaks. Okay, artillery 101. I've been playing artillery for a long time. So, artillery is not all about kills. Everybody is obsessed over kills. I'm not. I like playing artillery because you're not required to kill. Heavy tanks they usually require, heavy tanks and tank shortage usually require you to kill. Personally, I don't like to gauge my gameplay based on how many kills I get. I could care less. As long as I damage that tank can barely move, I'm okay with that. If I cripple that tank beyond belief, I'm okay with that. I've got this. Somebody else can get the kill. If I cripple them so bad they can barely move, then I've done my job. So, okay, what you got? What you need? You want a pet? Thing. Okay. Now, off you go. There you go. shift, they're going overhead. You push the G key, switch aiming mode. They have overhead, and they have. This is kind of like straight shots. Yes. It's like you're coming in and out of overhead. Except exact straight shots. That's a slight aim. I'll see if I can get up close. Spot them. on a tank destroyer is a lot. I said that because if you look at our guys, our HP is low. That Grill 15, he's the person I'm fighting. He has the highest HP at all. The T110 E4. He's a pushover. But that Grill, he's not there. So if both of them work together as a team, they together can take that Grill out. They all work together. That's because the better their cohesion, now this guy, that was a very huge boat by itself. That also left Grill 15 not by a 7 but backtrack. So that's what this guy is spot. I don't have to work with it. I think that's have patience, he'll come out eventually whenever the hell he feels like it. And that's it. 90% of the time, I think I maybe got one critical hit. I maybe have one. That's it. So, let's check. Yep, I got one critical hit in that match. One. So I have 4 more to go. 4 crit hits, and then we move on to today's missions. Okay, 4 more critical hits to go. We either go artillery, or we can go back to the KB4. One of the two. I think, for argument's sake, we're going to stick with the artillery because artillery doesn't kill. Artillery takes single shots. So, wait, dog has something. You should click the dog so we can see what you got. Go to turn base. ready. Toy. Match the box envelope is being matched. Years ago during the okay. So I got what I got when I we brought back. So that's cool. Okay. I think we're going to stick with the artillery for now. We're going to stick with the artillery until we get 0 crit hits. Then when they go, if we get a match that has 0 crit hits. At least we get 1 crit hit. At least we're able to get 1 crit hit.
You have to see yourself winning before you win, and I can see us winning this battle. Trust me. track. Track's up. Wi-Fi services. To fix the track. Get going. They finally got us, Hurigani.
Artillery nailed me. And artillery was using gold rounds. Again. Why? Artillery will do enough damage. The top armor is literally... Of this artillery, the upper armor is literally 0. There is no upper armor. It's over top. So why would you put the gold round? One shot would kill me regardless. That's pretty much a waste. That's a waste of money right there. All these newbies, all these new people, they love to waste money. I swear to God. They absolutely love to waste money. It drives me nuts. Alright, I'm dead. I can't do anything else. We can now successfully get out of this match and jump into another tank. The only time you could leave a match is when you're dead. When you're dead, you can't do anything. So you can successfully get out if you want to. So you can go back to the KV2 if you want to. Or we can stick to we could stick to something else if we want to also as well. Just for argument's sake, let's stick to our tier 10 tanks and see what damage we can do there. Let's see. Tier... That's a tier 9. I'm not sure if we need that tank. I think I already own the tier 10. Tier 9, tier 10. I think I already own the tier 10 double gun. Yes, I do. So why do I need the tier 9? I don't. So, because I own the tier 9 double gun, I don't really need the tier 10. Alright, let's see if I even got... Nope. Wait, no, I got 1. I had 10 the last game. I got 11 this game. So, I mean, I got 1 critical hit. So, I'm gauging 1 critical hit per battle. So that's really not that bad. It's not good either, but it's not bad. It sucks. But what are you going to do? We could go back to the KV2 if we really wanted to. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. So... Okay, now let's take this tank out just for help. So let's see how it goes. Okay, we're gonna put the HE armor in front because our main goal is critical hits. So this is going to be our main shell, regardless. So gold round shells are going to the back. AP round shells are in the back. Our main shell is going to be the HE shell. Gold is critical hits. Okay? Now, when you're doing a high tier, and you're trying to get critical hits, it's a little harder because the armor is going to be thicker. So, having 2 guns,
Let's serve them a cold plate of turtle justice. They're hit! We'll have to cover for them. Turtles never give up. We'll be back next time.
Maybe 2 crits. I maybe got 1 crit for hitting the spot next to the gun, and another crit for hitting the chest. Maybe. We'll have to check. I'm hoping I maybe damage his gun, and then it probably hurt the loader. Because if I hurt the loader, then it's game time. I know for a fact I got a crit. If you hurt the crew members, that's considered a critical hit. And if by using an HE round, you're guaranteed to hurt the crew, he's right there. For some reason, these two seem to like it. I don't sit there and chat. Alright, we're gonna get out of this game with Daddy. He was in a bush. Okay. My mistake. Now, this is the main tank. We will use a multiplier on only the main tanks. So therefore, our XP goes up significantly. See? Our XP goes up significantly. So it goes up quite a bit. Now, this is the addable upgrade. This is the victory for the first victory for each day. So now we got a times 5 bonus on that victory. Times 5. As long as you save that extra add-on for your main tanks, you'll get a times 5 XP bonus on your first 5 tanks that you add that onto. You get a times 3 for the add-on and times 2 for your first victory. So every tank you get your victory on gets a times 2. Every single tank you own, its first victory gets a times 2. You only get the times 3 if you add on that additional times 3. And because I use a main tank, not a tank that's because I use a tank that requires XP, I used that ammo in that tank. Now this tank has 5,000 XP. So, big help. Alright, now, moving on, let's go back to our artillery and see what damage we can do this time. Okay, now, critical hits. We have to get 4 more critical hits to finish yesterday's mission. Then we are going to move on to today's mission, which I have no idea what it is. We need 5 more critical hits. Critical hits are achieved by trying to aim spots, or by trying to aim spots that can damage or
Have you been waiting for a real hero? A real hero has arrived.
we have to be very careful. That is the there is something like this. One thing I don't like about this spot, this mountain is blocking us. But this spot is good because we can very easily go after the guys. Did they do anything? I'll never know because he's not spotted. Something. This sucks. When not spotted, you're shooting blind. You have no idea where the guy is. So I can't shoot what I can't see, guys. I have to see. If I can't see, there's no point. I can see him.
That was close.
That's the ball game. And that's the ball game, ladies and gents. Good job. I think we got gift tokens, which means we did get something. We didn't get a lot, we did get something. Let's see what we got. We got 2 gift tokens, which means we got it. We got yesterday's one. We got yesterday's done. Okay. Now that's done. Now we gotta work on this one. This one says be among top 5 players on team by experience earned over any number of battles. The second one says be among top five players on your team by damage spotted by you. So either we play a light tank and spot the entire team, or play the experience game. If we play the experience game, we could play any tank we want, but we have to have certain things in order to do this. First off, if we want to gain a lot of experience, we have to use a premium tank. Premium tanks, by game's law, gather more experience than regular tanks. So you're using the premium tank only. Premium tanks gain more experience right off the bat. Okay? Second off, you're going to play a premium tank you play well. And well, currently the way my range is right now, I don't play well at all. So I'm going to guess, I'm just going to play whatever tank I feel like playing, and pray to God I do decent. Because my range being the way it is right now, I cannot play all that well. So I am going to play a tank that can be done. Actually, we're going to play play premium tanks, you basically want to play premium tanks that did not earn their times 2 bonus experience. Okay? Because if they did not earn their bonus experience, then they have a chance of getting a times 3, a times 2, right? Now with the extra additions, that will make it a times 3. Which equals a times 5. Now, if you have a multiplier, depending on which one you use, premium or regular, that will make it a times 6. All together, you'll have a times 11. So you'll earn more experience overall by using a premium tank on time, with your multiplier times 2 plus the times 3. That is the best way to get experience and win the game. Okay? So pick any old premium tank you feel like playing. It doesn't matter what it is. Activate your premium time. Activate your premium experience booster. I don't have any, so I'm gonna have to buy one. I only have enough money for one, so that's fine. Alright, we're gonna activate our boosters. And we're gonna get going. There's no specific way of playing. Do our best. Have fun. Experience is gathered through spotting. It's gathered through kills. And it's gathered through shots. This way is the open area with the train tracks. This area is the way with the train tracks. This is notoriously hard for a big tank like this one. This is death. Never go this way, ever. This is the open space. You're retarded. This is why you need coverage on the hill at all times. This is what happening right now to my team is exactly what happens every single time everybody elects them. Because the hill, whoever takes the hill is going to win. And I'm telling you right now, if they're able to power out, we just might win this. What made us win is the fact that our team realized their mistake, immediately ran back to cover the advancing heavies. That's the only reason why we won. because the team realized what was happening. Went, oh sugar, we got to get back. So the whole team ran away and ran for the hill. And that's the only reason why we won. We didn't win for any other reason other than that. It's wrong, but it is what it is, guys. Okay. Now, 232 experience. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. We really need more experience than that. I am surprised we didn't get any more than that. So, let me see. What can we do? How about this one? Let's try this one. Maybe this one will have better luck. This is also a tank destroyer. So, this one does not have a turret. So,
Бой начинается.
camping behind the bush and waiting for something to happen is not going to give you experience points. You have to participate within the game in order to gain experience points. That's travel. One of these days, I'm going to go over what I think I have that. So, next Friday, I'll do
Повреждение гусеницы. Шанс разрыва увеличен. Рикошет. Гусеница сбита. Движение невозможно. Можно ехать. Есть пробитие.
Есть пробитие. Гусеница сбита. Движение невозможно. Заряжающий контужен. Скорость перезарядки снижена. Гусеница восстановлена. Можно ехать.
Luckily, so didn't hit my charcoal there. Spot.
Есть пробитие.
Okay. That wasn't a critical hit. We want crits. We want crits. What we probably did was we probably hit the ammo storage. Or maybe at least, I don't know, it's an medium tank. This is more condensed. And this is not a turret, by the way. It's just a gun. See? It's just a gun. Well, it's like a mini turret. It's like a gun. How am I being spotted? That's funny killing these guys for ammunition.
Танк уничтожен.
Fuck. I don't want to get back. I don't want to get hit in the back. I end up getting hit in the side instead. God. sucks. I had to turn. All I had to do was turn the turn. Because I had no turn. Because this hull is that the sun was destroyed. This hull is not itself for the heavy. I had to back out and turn around. Because this is not near it wide enough for me to turn. I'm gonna get stuck. That's a very thin street. It's a very thin street. This is a very long tank. It's too long. It looks to me like where I was right there. If I had gotten stuck there, I would have loved it dead. So, at the very least, I had a funny feeling that I was going to get struck. That's the reason why I went this way. I ended up getting struck in the head, and there's still something coming at me. It was still coming. I knew someone was going to hit me. See, I knew someone was going to come at me from here. Okay? They also knew there was somebody coming at me from here. So, if I had gone over and killed the person in front of me, the person behind me would have killed them. I would have gotten a kill, but at the very least, I should have taken the kill and died like a man, but I decided to protect myself, try to get behind that building, and take out the guy who's trying to behind me. So there's pretty much not a whole lot of people. So the strategy is to take it as it comes. Are in a very good spot because there's no lights. They don't have to worry about anybody sacrificing. So they're here. They're in a very good spot. The best place they could be is right there. Now, enemy if there was enemy artillery, either right there or right there. And our artillery probably taking them out. No one that's all the map. Never stay in the same spot all the time. Because 90% of the time, your favorite spot is everybody else's favorite spot. Know that. Switch it around. Okay. We are going to take the experience. Now we're going to take that and see how it goes. Nope. I do not see anything above the house. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this thing out for another run. We have to get XP at 11 before we can get our first edition. So we're going to take this out for another run. We're going to keep trying. We're going to do our best. indeed do our best.
не пробита. Гусеница сбита, движение невозможно. Не пробил. Танк уничтожен.
Damn it. Mid-load here. Very I didn't know there was a 5100. Assistance and destroy. Damage, destroyed. I need 4 of these. Okay, guys? That's what I need. I need 4 of these. If I can get 4 of these, I will be able to get it. Now, I got it. It's just experience. Critical hits. Let's see if we get experience. Critical hits are block level. Okay, let's go back out. See what we can do. Try to do some damage. Again, tank destroyers.
Бой начинается. Броня не пробита. Двигатель поврежден. Максимальная скорость снижена. Пробитие. Пробитие. Движение невозможно. Двигатель частично восстановлен. Можно ехать. Максимальная скорость танка уничтожена.
See, that's what happens when you get hit with the gold round. Gold rounds go in and explode. They're cheap. They're ridiculous. They should not be allowed in this game. I'm sorry. Gold rounds are cheap. A monkey can play this game. As long as they have gold rounds, a monkey can play this game and beat somebody. But it takes a really skilled tanker to know what shell to use against what area and execute. That's why you see noobs running all gold rounds, spamming gold rounds like crazy in this game. This game is all about, when it first started, the game was not about, the game was about skill. Who had the skills and who didn't. That's basically what it boils down to. Okay, it is now, we're on hour 4, so I think we're going to call it. I'm going to still play this game because I have work to do. Anyway, we got one of the missions done. The other one I'm going to continue working on. You're still watching. Thank you very much for watching. Please take a minute to like, subscribe to this channel. Please comment down below. And we'll see you guys next time. Next time, I'm going to have an update on the player, on the status of that. And also next time, I'll also have an update on I'll have an update on the status of Radiant's Radio Online and what their music is going on going forward. And how the music is going to be. You can't do that late. You do it on a Monday. I have to record it early on a Monday when the brain is fresh. So, okay guys, when I get the script, bring it and record the video. Hey guys, please like, subscribe, comment down below, share my videos, all of my videos, please. I do